What is up, and welcome to the show. We listen to the Hollow Points off of Rocket to Rainier. This is the ugly sweater weather edition. It is officially sweater weather. It was quite chilly this morning when I woke up, and then by the middle of the day, and that's what's so interesting. Well, lots of places get cold at night and then warm up during the day, but it's still pretty mild during the day. But at night, it gets pretty chilly. This is exactly what I wore to work day, an ongoing segment. Normally I get compliments on this sweater. I didn't. That's okay. I don't need to be complimented on my clothes every single outfit I wear. I'm pretty stylish and I get lots of compliments. But yeah, no one commented on my sweater, and I did note that. Today was my 10th anniversary at my job. I was hired December 1st, 2015, and I've been there as of today. They did, for whatever reason, they continue to let me to show up, and I've been there now 10 years, which is insane. I was kind of at my last job. I was with the same organization for 2 years, but it was broken up between two different schools, and so if you look at my resume, it looks like I worked at two places roughly about 5 years each. I currently, but it was 10 years all at one organization, but this is 10 years. I've had multiple roles at this job, but relatively doing the same or similar work, and at the same organization, which itself has changed names. So again, on my resume, it's going to look like, yeah. This is Rocket to Rainier off of Rocket to Rainier by the Hollow Points. That was Reptilian Way. Oh, and I think, yeah, no, I guess technically this is the New Ugly Part 3, not in 3D, but I keep teasing it, and I don't think I ever actually discussed it in the 2 episodes that I named the New Ugly. It's a style, specifically a marketing style that it came out of China, but people are saying that it's that using things like Charlie XCX, Rat cover. So basically, it's like really kind of in your face. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of the aesthetics. I'm thinking of like local advertising, bad fonts, default fonts. This coconut water company where the CEO designed the logo, or not the logo, the packaging design himself using MS Word, which is, I agree, like that's based. But yeah, no, we will at some point do a deep dive into that. But I did want to at least mention that's where the name is coming from. Oh, it's also getting dark. And again, I love Seattle. I love that we have 4 distinct seasons, but none of them are too extreme. It never gets too hot in the summertime, having lived in places like Las Vegas, and it never gets too cold in the wintertime. But the dark, and this has less to do with Seattle or Seattle weather than it does daylight savings time. If they just got rid of daylight savings time, we would not have to deal with this. But it gets dark by like 3. Like literally, I was turning on a light at like 3, and I was in my bedroom, which is east facing, so it's going to be the darkest by afternoon. It's going to be the darkest in the house, but still, yeah, no, 3. It's just, yeah, it does. I don't mind the weather, but I don't mind the rain. I don't mind it never gets cold enough for me to complain. Though I think I'm having some circulation things, so my hands have been getting really cold. But they're getting dark so early, and I'm not an early bird because I know a lot of people are like, but it means I can get up and early and I can get all my stuff done in the morning. And I tried that. I tried walking my dogs in the morning. They're not down for that. But yeah, no, I that is it is genuinely crazy to me. I've been doing this for 10 years. This YouTube channel is actually 15 years old. I just double checked October 22nd. I believe that was the first video I ever uploaded. Um, this is Choke by I don't know how, but they found me off of. This is I think this is just self-titled. I don't know how, but they found me. Um, okay, where is the line? That's weird.
And as always, now let's begin.
But yeah, no, I appreciated then as I do now that apparently my employers saw and see my value and worth when others apparently didn't. I always appreciate just having a job at all, especially when I post like political content, and then one of the many comments, especially if I post from protests, the many comments I get from right-wingers, get a job, none of these people have jobs, which is always like, this is a Saturday, right? Which is always funny. But I am very appreciative to have a job and a 401k and healthcare. Like my teeth are fucked up I should have better teeth because I have dental insurance. Though I will say our dental insurance is not the best. Like the copay is really high. I think I could choose a different tier, but then I'd be paying more per month. Actually, it's open enrollment, so I should look into that. Every year I say I'm gonna really learn and understand it because I'm probably not getting the best benefits that I deserve, but I don't know. I'm happy to have a job and happy to have benefits. I sacrificed a lot for my job, personal life, which I don't recommend. Your job, people. I very much appreciate the people I work with. My colleagues, many of them I do care about. I do spend time with them sometimes outside of work, which it was always a weird thing to me, like Cheers or whatever. Like, who goes to court and brings like their bartender and first of all, like, why would Sam and Carla both be there to support Cliff at a whatever, like, random, like, in the middle of the day? Does that mean they literally closed down the bar? Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, people. I was a bartender. I loved my regulars, but that, I don't know. Like, just when people spend all the time with their like coworkers on TV shows, and it just doesn't strike me as realistic. But these are coworkers I would do that with. Nonetheless, your boss is not your friend. HR is not your friend. These are not your friends. They are, at the end of the day, colleagues who will throw you under a bus if it's their career over yours. And that's true even of a nonprofit with a specifically social justice mission. Unfortunately, I've seen it happen. Thankfully, not to me yet. But no, I love my job. I take it seriously. I think the work that we do is important. And if I've explained and expressed that to you and you are still acting in a manner that impedes me from doing that, yeah. So I mentioned I did work. I did. This is what I wore to work today, though. It was a Zoom day, so I didn't. It's not like when I actually show up at the office. I did on one of the Zooms. Let me see if I can find it. Send with effect. Let's see. So Duke appeared on as he does on this show from time to time. Let's see if he does on my. He was just in my lap, and someone like commented as they do. Oh, that's not. I can never tell which one. I didn't mean to do that. That is the emoji, but I meant to. Like they just did it in the upper corner like that. But and then someone else commented, "That looks like your dog," which is true. Like, I often make fun of Duke because I'm like, he looks like a generic every dog. He looks like the dog emoji because he looks like his face looks like a generic every dog. In person, people can often tell he's a Chiweenie. People are often thrown off because he's quite large, and people don't associate that with Chihuahuas. And he's not really that low to the ground. Um, so people can never tell what breed he is. And his face, just like I said, just looks like generic every dog. Uh, but that was pretty cute. Um, Oh, much less cute. I don't know if this wasn't today. This was the other day. I was feeding the dogs, and he was just sitting there. He's waiting very patiently. Good dog. And then I realized he has a full on erection, like just full on. And I was like, and all I said, I see that Buddy's excited for breakfast. I mean, I don't know what else to say to that, but yeah, I was like, that is, oh my, it's a little early for that. Oh, Karma, who just exited to, I don't know, explore the basement, has gotten a bag of chips on her, stuck on her head, like a personal, like, like the individual like snack size bags, like perfectly cat size, stuck on her head twice now. The first time I tried to help her, but she ran off, and I guess she worked it out. The second time, because I got clawed the first time, I wasn't even going to try and help her. I was ready. I was going to grab the video camera though, because I swear if I had video of this, it would go viral. Like 3 million views. But she got herself out of it pretty quickly. But yeah, that's what you get for sticking your nose where it wasn't invited. And also, that's what I get for leaving empty bags of potato chips around. That's on me. I thought someone ate raw onion, and I didn't know if it was a dog or a cat, but it seems, knock on wood, everyone's okay, because onion can be it is toxic. All parts of onions are toxic to dogs and cats, whether raw or cooked, by the way. Um, it can cause anemia. This is Blink 911. What's my race again? By the Muslims off of Gentrified Chicken. Oh, because it's a 45. I was like, that doesn't sound right. Okay. Oh, or am I on the wrong side? That other side. Okay. Okay. So that was the pet report. Um, canonically, Duke talks like Elvis. I've now given. Yeah, I gave Duke a voice on the channel, and that Elvis voice is just what came out, and I don't know why. But yeah, no, that tracks. Like if Duke could talk, he can't talk like this. And I'm Duke, and I'm a dog. In plant news, my Zygocactus is thriving. I kind of want to. But they really do. I mean, it's a cactus, so that should try. Probably shouldn't be surprising. They really do thrive on neglect. I realize I have two other Zygocactuses that are babies of that one. Like were trimmed off of that one. That neither of which are flowering, and it may be because they're not old enough yet. I think, or it's just because I overwater them because they're in areas where I'm more likely to water. This one, I actually just discovered, like, oh shit, it's full on flowering because it's like, it's in a window, but it's where I have piled a bunch of stuff because I need to clean my house. Anyway, Again, that was Blink 9/11. What's My Race Again by the Muslims off of Gentrified Chicken. This is Punch a Nazi by the Muslims. Yeah, I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure Zygo or Christmas cactuses are my favorite flower. Mostly because they're a beautiful, interesting looking plant all year round, not just when they're flowering. And they're pink, and they bloom around my birthday, around Christmas and my birthday. I love them. I also love cherry blossoms. I think cherry blossoms are a close second. And then as a Washingtonian, I think I'm required to say rhododendrons, but they actually really have grown on me. My one plant on my property are rhododendrons or philodendrons. I don't know. Anyway, they're pink. Carnations, roses, daisies, yeah, any pink flower I love. And then I like lilies too. Oh, deleting just email after email after email of Cyber Monday offers without even like just delete was actually very, very satisfying. We are into day 7 of the economic blackout. Tomorrow is the last day. I have made it. No, I have made it. I wondered if there were a couple of necessities, like, am I going to have to buy gas because I have to travel with my job? But so far, and I do have an in-person work day tomorrow. I'm going to the office to meet with my supervisor, which I'm looking forward to. They're usually, in fact, if anything, they're kind of a little bit of a vent session. She just listens, and as is sort of the culture of my organization, doesn't necessarily give advice as much as just sort of invites reflection. I mean, that is the culture of our organization, though I also wonder, as I'm saying that out loud, if it's because I do work with predominantly women. The last internal census they did, our organization was about 89% women, 10% men, and 1% non-binary. That's me. And it's actually not just me. There are 3 or 4 of us, gender non-conforming folks at my job. But this is a study from like 2 decades ago or so. Basically, it is study and figured out that typically, and again, I don't know where non-binary folks would fall into this at all, but typically, when men hear complaints, they offer advice. When women hear complaints, they offer sympathy. Interestingly, if you poll people on what they want, men would prefer advice and women would prefer sympathy. So we're all just giving people what we would want rather than what they would want, at least allegedly or in theory. But it is interesting that I work for an organization primarily of women, and over the course of the culture of how we supervise an organization, typically, if you go to your boss with issues and complaints, they're not going to give you a bunch of suggestions. They're going to be, it's almost like they're like, well, how do you feel about that? What would you, they'll ask you a series of reflective prompts that really the goal is to draw out what you want to do in that situation, not tell you what they would do in that situation. If I have to, and again, this is my culture too, so this is this style I try to supervise as well. Sometimes I'll even say, would you like me to tell you what I would do in this situation, rather than just jump right in and tell them what I would do? But again, because I was raised and socialized as male in this culture, I do think my inclination is to give advice, and I have to check that at the door and say, again, it's not about what I would do; it's about helping them find the best choice for them. This is Poison with I Want Action, followed by Ooh. Look what the cat dragged in. I Won't Forget You. Talk Dirty to Me. There are a few choices. That one. is the end of Cry Tough. Oh, I'm wondering. I always think that my partnership with Haynes has ended, but then I think they're just doing it less often where they send free stuff. Um, and even if it hasn't ended, I find the thrill of getting free socks or underwear has worn off, and I've been like a Haynes spokesperson for about 10 years now. And the stress of like you have to get a review, and now they require pictures. It used to be fun if I by choice included pictures or a video, but now it's required. They still don't require you to give a good review. Like I've given middling or not so great reviews, and that didn't seem to affect my participation in the program. I have a specific reason why I think I might have been removed from the program, but I don't want to get into it. We'll see if I get to the Costco unboxings tonight. If not, some other night. Costco sues the Trump administration seeking tariff refunds. Fuck yes, Costco continues to be, along with Grocery Outlet. No, I bet if I found out anything about the governance at Grocery Outlet, I bet politically, I think they're independently owned though. I don't know. Just a couple of top headlines, and then I'll get to them. I'm actually going to be using my tablet for the news, though I think it got all my stories out of order, and that'll just have to be what it is. Turning Point USA and the New York Post gloating and taking a victory lap after a University of Oklahoma puts a trans professor on leave after failing a student for a garbage essay that had nothing to do with the subject. And that's why Oklahoma is 49th in education. I don't have anything to say. But what would you expect from a student? I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm like, do I blame the student? We're talking about a state where they have the 10 Commandments up in classrooms. So why wouldn't the student think a long, self-absorbed rant about their beliefs about gender would be appropriate when it wasn't the topic? But they're taught that and rewarded for it. So. Yeah, so that was a little bit disappointing. Last night was our metal years, but I will continue to be playing, well, as always, punk, metal, hard rock, glam, along with everything else. But for some reason, but I pulled a whole bunch of metal records last night's episodes, and I didn't play them all, so if you feel like there's a higher concentration of like metal and glam in this episode, you are not incorrect. Because I won't forget you just because it's the next song and I'm taking the path of least resistance. Speaking of metal, 6 members of Cradle of Filth sue Danny Filth, real name Daniel Lloyd Davey, over mistreatment, poor pay, and toxic work environment, all of which have been rumored for years. He's known and even made he is one of several band leaders, Glenn Danzig being another, who's been referred to as, I'm thinking of a Ryan Boudinot short story, a collection of short stories. Well, if you get that reference, you get that reference. But the littlest, we'll just say dictator or tyrant. And then, like I said, I think even Danny Filth has even played around with like the imagery of like I'm a tyrant or whatever. But that has consequences. The lawsuit was filed in Arizona. I'm not sure why. I found this tiny little cocktail sword. Oh, you can't see it. Right, tiny little cocktail sword. I don't know why that was exciting. Oh, in business news, the Target Black Friday swag bag scandal. And I'm realizing one of the reasons these shows are getting later and later is it's taking me longer than I am using more social media as a news source, which I acknowledged I would be doing and said it was kind of an experiment. Um, I I continue to feel like I am getting information that is not being reported by the mainstream news, and it is a laborious process because all of it requires fact checking. I'm not going to take user 8526937's word for X, Y, or Z. I'm going to have to fact check it, and all of that takes time. But the Target Black Friday swag bag scandal, and I don't know if it's a full-blown scandal, but essentially, Karma, who likes to sleep on my back, like if I am a stomach sleeper sometimes, not always, and she'll just curl up on my back, which I also really like. But she's taken to trying to sleep on my side. Like if I'm sleeping on my side, she'll try, but it's a little bit more of a balancing act. So that's, I don't know, but I respect that. I respect that. She just sees me. I'm just her gymnasium now. Like she just sees me as like, oh my God, meerkats on photographers' heads. Swag bags. So basically, they made people wait for hours. I have pictures. All right, so that's what the bags look like. Inside is, so it's a big bag, but it's not. Well, I guess it's technically a reusable bag. It's got some kind of Nerds rope candy, Nerds juicy. Sorry, a game of Uno, and it's not even like a special Uno. It's just like standard Uno. Elf something. I can't tell what product that is, but that's disappointing that Elf would involve themselves in that. Some kind of, I think this is a water flavoring enhancer or something like that. And then I can't tell what that product is at all. But basically, you get 5 essentially sample size product. Well, no, I guess it's a full size Uno deck, but it's, yeah, the Uno deck is probably the most valuable thing. So valuing the Uno deck at $7.99. That is a sample size of Nerd, so that's like literally I wouldn't value that at more than 50 cents. That is a full size Elf, I think. So we'll say, I don't know, Elf is not expensive, so we'll say $6 just to be generous. So 8, 14, 15. I'm giving them $1 for the Nerd. So that's $1 would be a full pack of Nerds, and that's just like one candy in a wrapper. So 14, 15. If I knew what that was, I would probably, I'm going to say um, $5. It looks like some kind of cosmetic thing. Let's just say it's super bougie and it's $10. So now we're up to $25. The bag itself, sure, $5 though, it's a $2 bag. And then that limit I wouldn't pay anything for. I'm going to go a maximum $30 in value. But no, people didn't just wait. They waited online for hours, and then they had to get a coupon, and then, which I don't know if you can see it, it says like, like 64 out of 100. And then they had to wait again for another hour or more at the customer service desk. And some people at some locations, they said that they ran out of bags before they even got to the full 100. Of course, that led to rumors blaming employees. If you, again, if it's unfounded and you are just speculating, why not speculate against a giant evil corporation that Target has presented themselves to be, rather than employees who I guarantee you don't want that shit. is Paramore with "This Is Why I Don't." This is why. Sorry, the song is not called "This Is Why I Don't Leave the House." It's just called "This Is Why." Um,
If you have an opinion, maybe you should shove it, or maybe you could scream it. Might be best to keep it to yourself.
Unconfirmed rumor that half-price books used and then deleted AI in an ad on TikTok. I like half-price books. That would be disappointing, but I think I blame the majority of consumers who aren't complaining loudly enough, because I think they're going to use AI slop if people don't. Yeah, I think I yeah. If you don't push back, they will all use it, and in the coming months, years, many brands that I like or respect will disappoint me because not enough people care or like me. But there are. I mean, there are people, especially online, especially creatives. The Ocean Spray Cranberry Water Conspiracy. Um, Ocean Spray actually responded. They're looking into it, and they said, obviously, they said millions of cans of Ocean Spray were opened this year, and it sounds like in just a couple of cases, but literally people are opening up. Other people are saying it's a conspiracy because they're like, why are they all open from the bottom? I'm like, I don't think that's true. I think I've seen ones where they were open from the top. I genuinely believe something happened, and they got cans of water. Even more disappointing to me personally, because I do not like beets. I try to be open-minded about all foods, and I often say, if it's vegan, I'll eat it, and that's true. If it's vegan, I'll eat it, including beets. But they are not my favorite food. Strongly not my favorite food in the world. They never have been. I have only had beets prepared one time when I actually liked them, and that was this catering company called This Brown Girl Cooks, located here in Seattle. I think she's also associated with the restaurant Communion, but I've never been there, so don't quote me on that. But I'm sorry, cans of Del Monte that were labeled green beans, and you opened up and they were beets, that would ruin my Thanksgiving. And I guess no cranberry sauce would ruin my Thanksgiving too. Huh. Yeah, no, there's no win there. Okay, we got. Can you tell I don't want to talk about this next story? Opinions I express are purely my own. I add for a variety of reasons, not the least of which I hope to be employed for another 10 years. 10 years is not even anything at my job, by the way. Like, there are people who've been there for 29 years. There are people who've been there 17 years, 18, 19, 22 years. 10 years is actually kind of nothing at my job, though it is long enough where I get why people start to, I do just start to say vague things like, I've been here a while, or, yeah, no, that's wild to me, to think that some of the colleagues I have really strong bonds with, they had a whole 10 years without me before I was there. Like, I like to think I'm the lifeblood of the organization. I'm not, but yeah, no, these are people I sit with at every meeting and whatnot, but they had other people that they sat with at every meeting until I came along and those people left. Um, I've seen so many people come and go. It's kind of wild. And yeah, the number of people who've only been there 2 or 3 years, to whom 10 years sounds incredible, but there are also a number of those. Tomorrow's Giving Tuesday, just putting that out there. Shout out, support your nonprofits. Um, all right, all right. What do I play? Oh, hi. Cat break. Oh, and then the same colleague who put the dog emoji was like saying something, and they're like, "I'm sorry, your dog is distracting." And I was like, "Trust me, I know. I have to take multiple cutie dog breaks throughout the day just to like make it through the day." In fact, I think I mentioned we did a time study where we had to like break down our day to 15-minute increments, and I was like, "Where did the dog breaks go?" No, I'm kidding. They had a thing for a break, but specifically, I wanted to add like a dog break. This is Fallout Boy. I'm sorry, there's 100 decks featuring Fallout Boy. Hand crushed in a what is what you know what the whatever the name of this song is. Okay, let's talk about the turkey trot prank. Yeah, I'm with 100% with everyone. This is bullying. This is abuse. This is a major red flag. We all need an update to know. Okay, you don't know the situation. A wife was told. She was told for a month. It's not like they just played this like the day before and then told her, haha, just kidding. They told her a month in advance that the family was doing a 10K turkey trot. She trained. Then on Thanksgiving Day, they all got up, they had dressed up, they had matching t-shirts, she has a turkey on her head, and then it's ha ha ha, just kidding, there's no turkey trot. The prank's on you, welcome to the family. She's in tears. The look of disbelief, someone said she looks like she's disassociating, like the look of disbelief and then just dismay, extreme disappointment, and humiliation. And just, I mean, she's trying to cover her face from the camera, and they're standing around pointing and laughing at her, including her fiance. No, it's devastating. It's the clips are devastating. And like I said, we all need a part 2 to know that she's gotten as far the fuck away from these people as possible. But again, oh, it thinks I'm doing the thumbs up emoji. But again, we live in a culture where hazing rituals are still normalized. When I finished my first shift as a bartender at a corporate chain restaurant that I won't name, though if you've watched this channel long enough, you'll know where I work. At the end of my shift, I am offered a drink, and I'm like, oh, no, thank you, because I had no intention of drinking at work, and this was a bar where bartenders drank on shift, off shift. there were servers who would order drinks for customers and then drink them themselves and then have managers void them, and you'd watch all of that and be like, fuck, I don't want to be involved in this shit. Nowadays, I don't know what I would do, but at the time, I did cover for people. Yeah, no, nowadays I wouldn't have covered for them because if they had gotten caught, I would have gotten in trouble too. If it could be proven that I was covering for them. This place was shady all around. This place, so I eloped with a coworker. We eloped to Las Vegas, got married, having known each other for less than 2 weeks. As it turns out, she had. Oh, I'm not going to go into that whole story. Yeah, I'm not going to go into that whole story. But when we came back, she put in her notice, and a manager, because we were moving, I think we had decided we were moving, a manager tried to trap her in the manager's office, told her she was making a mistake, tried to tell her all about how bad I was or whatever. This is stupid horror, fuck yes. And I can't prove this, even though I gave a full 2-week notice and worked it out, and she did she actually filed a complaint, as well she should, and then that was her last day. So the plan was for both of us to give 2-week notice and save out money, But after that incident, she actually reported it. I don't remember what came of that, nothing really that I recall. But somehow out of all of that, I had worked there for 2 years. She had worked there for 3 months. She was still eligible for rehire and ended up working at an Applebee's there you go, in Las Vegas. I was marked, I can never prove this, but the fact that I wouldn't get hired by any Applebee's and I couldn't get hired by any, I'm pretty sure they listed me as ineligible for rehire, despite the fact that, again, I worked there for 2 years with no issues. And gave 2-week notice, and I think this manager did it because he was mad that I eloped with a girl he liked, which is, yeah. Anyway, that wasn't the story. The story was on my first day as a bartender, they served me a drink, and I thought the trick was to get me to either drink on duty or drink, like, I thought that they were just trying to get me in trouble there. But then they rope in a manager and says, no, it's yours. It's your free shift drink at the end of your first shift. It's a tradition. And I just kept saying, is it vegan? Because it had like a layer of cream across the top of it. And they're going, yeah, bro. This is Big Papa by... Oh, wait. This is One More Chance by B.I.G. Biggie.
Can't you see?
This is the end of Hypnotize.
Hypnotize me, and I just love your flashy ways. Guess that's why they broke in your soul. Biggie, can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me, and I just love your flashy ways. Guess that's why they broke in your soul. Biggie, can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me, and I just love your flashy ways. Guess that's why they broke in your soul.
So I take a very small tentative sip. It actually tasted fine, because I'll tell you what it was in a moment. This drink is called the Woolly Buffalo. Let me know if was this exclusive to this restaurant? Have you ever heard of this? I bet this prank you've heard of if it wasn't called the Woolly Buffalo. So after I drink it, they've gathered themselves around to watch me drink it, of course. They all start snickering. What I have drunk is they take the mat that you prepare all the drinks throughout the course of the shift, that you always have to dump out and rinse at the end of the shift, but they've poured it into a glass. At which point I say, that's not vegan. I made drinks on that mat, including with dairy products, like all night long. That's not vegan. And then they get offered like a half-hearted, like, oh, yeah, we didn't really know what vegan is. Like, well, I said it like 5 times. Did it not sound important to me? Or they didn't know. They said, we didn't realize how important it was to you. Anyway. That told me right off the bat, these are not people you can trust, and they weren't. But I didn't have the luxury of quitting until I did. Okay, the H Mart side eye, I've stayed out of it because I've stayed out of it. But Sujia wandered into it, and it's become generational. But I guess a significant portion of Asians don't like her already, especially younger Asians. They think that she creates content to convince white people they're not one of the bad ones. And they think basically she and her whole generation just, I don't know. I don't know what they think. I disagree, though I will say her apology to the original content creator, Madeline, who, to this day, I'm not sure if she was joking or not. I don't think it matters because she obviously opened up a very real and perhaps necessary discourse, but I also agree with people who are like, but a lot of this discourse is toxic. Anyway, her apology, Sujia's apology was a non-apology, Madeline was a non-apology. Her perspective was more, I'm thinking of my, I don't use half Asian, I don't use Asian as a term, I don't know. But she's thinking of her own half Asian daughters and how they might be treated in H Mart. And other people countered, well, what if your daughters were online and some influencer with a much, much bigger platform used it to attack your daughters, and now white people are coming, because I guess that's the other thing. Now white people are going to H Mart purposely to like raise, which none of this is predictable, like cause trouble and to be, oh, you think I'm not welcome? I'll make myself welcome, because that is the whitest reaction to that. Except possibly just how dare you and playing victim, but I donate a lot. Not only the client, the player president. Sorry, just fixing the broken milk crate I'm sitting on. I'm not kidding when I say everything in my house is broken. Whether it's a little broken or a lot broken, everything is broken. Pen is broken. Sorry, pen is broken. Oh my God, that that dude who did a 3 minute freestyle to "Where Is the Love," that shit was impressive. Like that like freestyle mashup. I'm sorry, freestyle mashup. That shit was impressive. Though I feel like there's a trend, a micro trend of people portraying things as freestyles that I suspect strongly aren't. Like that are like, hey, do something random on the spot. Okay, and then they like, and I'm like, this feels pre-made. But then I know genuinely people who are good at freestyles who I'm like, you. I mean, I also know how freestyles work, which is they're not completely just making things up off the top of their head. They're taking elements that they have pre-written and gags and jokes and bits and reassembling them in real time. But there are literally people who can freestyle. Like, give them a topic and they'll just and they can just go and they are just wordsmiths. Did I say this is Pony by Genuine? For the record, I have never been to an H Mart in my life, though I spent a lot of time at Wajimaya, which is a local chain where I always felt very welcome. I would say Asian markets in Seattle are frequented by everyone, and that just is how it is, and I don't see it as a problem. The online discourse seems to indicate that black people are welcome. I'm trying to just stay out of it. Like I said, I've never actually been in an H Mart. There are tons of them now in Seattle, but they're newer to Seattle to me. All right, so let's get to the actual news. As I already said, some of my disclaimers, opinions I express are purely my own. Oh, and just because I have a tendency of putting like I said, I think this is now officially the format. The first two things, the first thing in the headline, I'm probably going to mention. The second thing in the headline, I might mention, and the third thing in the headline, I'm probably not going to mention until the next episode or the episode after. But for the sake of not doing that, Ragebait, which they are listing as 2 words, but I made 1 word, but I was like, that doesn't look right. Ragebait is now Oxford Dictionary's word of the year. My channel's word of the year, since I'm like, I'm an entity, I can do this. I can pick a color of the year, and I forgot what my color of the year is. I think boring beige is my color of the year. My word of the year is baddie. If I had to pick a word I didn't use maybe at all, or maybe like 3 times in the course of like the last 10 years, but have used so much in this year just to describe how people are describing themselves, other things, other people, situations, circumstances, situationships, baddies everywhere. Arrest me, daddy. If you're an insomniac baddie who likes a random collection of news, this show's for you. Arrest me, daddy. I had a feeling that doing this from my I haven't done an episode from my tablet in a moment, and I'm suspecting it's going to be an issue. For some reason, these album covers always make me think of each other. This is just like a blurry photo of a horse. The Pony Genuine, Aztec Love Camera, Scottish indie band. Musically dissimilar, but yeah, visually. Am I on the right side? This is somewhere in my heart like Aztec love camera. Off of... Is this just self-titled? I think it, no. It says... Whoop. Yep, it's self-titled. So, okay, we're getting to the news. BBC News, Russian strikes caused power outages for more than 600,000 Ukrainians. We already reported on this one. Also, BBC News, Zelensky's top advisor resigns after Ukrainian anti-corruption raid comes home. Yermak, a towering figure with enormous political influence, has been Zelensky's closest advisor throughout Russia's full-scale war. He has come under increasing pressure over an escalating scandal, even though he's not accused of any wrongdoing. NBC News, Kristi Noem says National Guard shooting suspect was radicalized in the United States. What's less shocking to me than that being true, that she would admit that. So again, the biggest threat to is domestic terrorism, but it's there also people are. CBS News. What are Afghan Zero units that sources say the shooting suspect worked for? An image of an ID badge circulating widely online shows the suspect shooting of the National Guard members. That says he was assigned to Kandahar Strike Force or 03 unit. One of a number of so-called zero units that work closely with U.S. and foreign forces during the war in Afghanistan. A former senior Afghan military source confirmed to CBS News that the ID badge was authentic. A U.S. official briefed on the shooting investigation the former senior Afghan, blah, 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 blah. Units were composed of Afghan nationals and operated under the umbrella of the National Directorate of Security, or NDS, the intelligence agency established with the CIA backing for Afghanistan's previous U.S.-backed government. They were considered by the U.S. and international partners to be among the most trusted domestic forces in Afghanistan. Those units often labeled death squads by human rights groups. The units were known in Afghanistan for their secrecy and alleged brutality. The members were implicated in numerous extrajudicial killings of civilians, particularly during night raids. So, sounds not so much like they were radicalized in the United States, but they were radicalized by the United States in Afghanistan. And now that when they were killing people we wanted them to kill, we gave them an ID badge, but now that they're killing people we don't want them to kill, they get the death penalty. I mean, it's, but again, I don't know. I'm an abolitionist, so I don't think they should get the death penalty, but I don't think, I don't think that there should not be consequences for killing for killing two, I'm sorry, killing one National Guards person, and as far as I know, the other National Guards person is still alive, but they were reported as like in fairly serious condition. Um, that was Aztec Love Camera with Somewhere in My Heart. This is Cold War Kids with First. Which I know from the season 2, episode 1 of Suits. The end of All This Could Be Yours, I think. How come Cold War Kid don't get labeled Stomp Clap? You hear that, right? U.S. official briefed on the investigation confirmed the suspect had been disturbed by the casualties in the unit and, more recently, deeply troubled by the killing of his close friends overseas. So, I mean, you can paint this however you want. Trump can go after whatever third world countries and reviews, but this is about the military coming after its own. This is about the military not properly dealing with people after they've been discharged. And yes, it's great that we, because in fact, not all of those translators and whatnot did get asylum. A lot of them were just left there to now, without U.S. protection, because the U.S. is pulling out, and they're just left there in a hostile environment where they're considered a traitor. And yes, I wouldn't expect an Afghani national to get proper veterans treatment when U.S. veterans don't, but the lack of, it sounds like there were red flags that could have been caught. And it sounds like a problem of the military's own creation. And not that makes it okay or justification or anything, I'm just saying. Daily Beast, Caroline Leavitt's relative detained by ICE gets bittersweet update. Bruna Ferreira, the mother of White House press secretary's nephew, was taken into immigration custody earlier this month. Department of Homeland Security claiming the Brazilian national overstayed a tourist visa. The family set up a fundraiser which exceeded its goal. However, Ferreira remains in custody in Louisiana. The family's message struck a thankful tone despite the setback. And this, I mean, that's Caroline Leavitt's brother. This is not a distant relative. This Thanksgiving looks very different for our family. We are overwhelmed with the gratitude your compassion has reminded us how powerful unity is. We will continue to keep you updated as we move forward. The case, which has been reported by news organizations worldwide, came to public attention after Ferreira's family criticized Leavitt for not intervening. Ferreira has lived in the United States since she was 6, and her relatives have accused the press secretary of radio silence since the arrest. She has not. And nor, as far as I know, have journalists called on her to say anything. And again, that's the wildest part of this Emperor Wears No Clothes era, is that but I wouldn't expect a statement to be forthcoming. Let's be real. This is Guns N' Roses with, oh, It's So Easy, followed by maybe My Michelle. Is Mama Kin not on here? Mama Kin isn't on here. Mama Kin's on, oh, okay. Probably My Michelle then. I'm not playing Welcome to the Jungle, but I might play the tail end of it because if you are a fan of this completely overplayed Guns N' Roses song, go ahead and enjoy it. I rarely, if ever, play this or Paradise City, but you get the last. Oh, it's actually not at least a minute, I think. Oh no, it's not. Fine. I said overplayed. It's a good song. There's certain songs I just feel like I never need to play on my channel because if people want to hear it, there are so many. It's like so readily available in our society still, rather than some of the deeper cuts I try to play. But then there are other songs I'm just like I don't care how. I mean, yeah, no. Hypnotized by Biggie plays literally every day on the old school. Here in Seattle, at least, on the old school hip hop station. I don't think, the throwback station. I don't think there's any shortage of Biggie available, but nonetheless. But this one's a little bit of a deeper cut. This is It's So Easy by Guns N' Roses. Off Welcome to the Jungle, and for those keeping score, this is the original, aka censored album art featuring the actual painting, Appetite for Destruction, that they got the title for the record for, but at some point that no longer makes sense because the censored cover is just like a cross with them, like the Guns N' Roses skulls, right, and roses. Anyway. Francis thought the phone call was an extortion at first, or at the very least a sick prank, but as his daughter's crying voice on the other side of the line continued, Francis realized it was much worse. On the morning of November 20th, Francis's 19-year-old daughter and Boston area college student Annie Lucia Lopez Belosa set off to surprise her Austin-based parents with a trip home from her college for Thanksgiving. But at Boston Airport, federal immigration agents arrested her, telling the surprised college freshman she had a deportation order. In reality, we didn't think she had a deportation order, said the father of three, whose last name is not being published due to his immigration status. If we had known, I don't think we would have sent her. Despite a federal judge issuing a stay on Lopez Belosa's removal from the country in the day following her detention, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement deported her approximately 48 hours after her arrest. In quick succession, the agency moved Lopez Belosa to its Boston area immigration processing center, a military base, a detention center in Texas, and finally, with her ankles and wrists shackled, to her native Honduras. Again, a country she hasn't been to since she was like 6 years old. Seven. I'm sorry, 7. Um, Eventually settling in Austin. The family brought her from Honduras to the United States when she was 7, eventually settling in Austin. She graduated from IDEA Rutgers and gained acceptance to the prestigious Babson College. Pomerleau, a Boston-based lawyer who specializes in immigration habeas litigation, which challenges the government's power to detain people unlawfully, said Lopez Belosa's arrest is the first he has worked with where the client detained was flying domestically, signaling what he believes is an expansion of ICE arrests at airports. Oh, I hate to fucking even give this one. Oh, hey, brother. Hey, real brother GC. Thanks for dropping in. Um, yes. Despite the channel's name, no AI here. This is all organically created content, and it's. I hope it feels that way. That's now like a trend is like how to make your videos look as like real as possible with like bad lighting and like, but yeah, no, influencers have gone full circle now that they've gone so professional that now they're like, oh no, all my high-end gear that I spent $70,000 on, now people think my content's all fake and AI. um if it isn't broken, it was. Yes. um this is Sweater Weather by the National. You will be seeing me wearing sweaters for the yeah for the foreseeable future, as my furnace is broken. Of all the things that are broken in this house, my furnace is broken. So, yep. Which is fine. I do fine as long as with space heaters until my power goes out, and it will go out at least twice this winter, and at least once at night during hours where it really becomes like, oh shit, this temperature is going to drop precipitously. Um, Sweater Weather by the National. Lego. Bar offering free. I hate to even report this one because they did this. They did this for attention and it worked. Um, bar offering free drinks to customers helping ICE. Moans about backlash. Again, if you're not shocked, you probably not be shocked to be surprised that it is the Old State Saloon in Eagle, Ohio. Eagle, Idaho. The same bar owned by the heterosexual supremacist Mark Fitzpatrick, who also runs heterosexual awesomeness events in Idaho. But yeah, no, he's offering free beer to people who report others to ICE. As is entirely his prerogative, he brags that he is hated by liberals worldwide, and it's true. Publicity stunts like this predictably get reported by liberals, including myself, worldwide. But this time he got retweeted by Homeland Security, so there's that. The interesting thing, though, is, well, no, it's both interesting and terrifying. On one hand, watching some of like the most based influencers be elevated is kind of laughable, because it's like Trump can listen to Jonathan Cho and Brandy Krause and people and Nick Thurlby, whatever that fucking Digby, whatever that guy's name is. But it doesn't actually raise their influence in any meaningful way. I mean, they already have the platform they have among Trump supporters, and maybe it'll get them a little bump there, but it doesn't earn them any more real credibility. It doesn't. Jonathan Cho can list journalist in his bio, but everyone knows that he's a right-wing shill who's privately funded by a think tank, who will never be hired for any real or legitimate journalism again. He threw away that career platforming the Proud Boys. But at the same time, it's not like these influencers have no power. Apparently, the ICE Canal Street raid was literally just one influencer who only has like a few thousand followers. Oh, and she's also not, she's not here because she loves me. She's just stealing my body heat. As it turns out, meerkats, in addition to sitting on photographers' heads, like to cuddle with cats. You can have a meerkat as a pet? First of all, that's my question. Second of all, they like to cuddle with cats, which is kind of funny. Meerkats, cats. Um, but again, stealing body heat. Apparently cats run about 100 degrees, which sounds about right. Like, when I feel my cat, she feels a little bit warmer than me, but like, not much. Same thing with dogs. Okay, now I have to look it up. Rather than speculate, the internet is free. What is the average body? No, oh my God! Google, that wasn't what I was asking. AI overview. No, the internet is not free because it requires paid infrastructure of cables, hardware, and services to function. While you can access the internet through paid monthly services like broadband and Wi-Fi, and you can find free access in public spaces like libraries, coffee shops, and parks, though programs like Lifeline and through programs like Lifeline, that's not even what I was asking, but that's true. The internet, people love to say that, and it's actually not true. The internet is not free. Um, Average body temperature of dogs. Oh, dogs run even. Oh no, between 99 and 102. Yeah, my dog Duke is warm. He's very warm. Yeah, and he's the one who likes to cuddle under the covers. And I'm like, you're like my little, those like water bottle heaters, like those red, like you probably don't know what even. You can still buy them in stores, but you probably don't even know what I'm talking about. Oops, sorry, Karma. But yeah, no, he's like one of those. He likes to climb. He likes to cuddle under the blanket and keep my feet warm, and I like him to do that. Me. I believe this is Boogie Juice Apple Man. 1, 2, 3, 4. By Half Noise off of Natural Disguise. This has led the publicity stunt to backfire as the bar received hundreds of negative alongside some positive online reviews, emails, and calls from what the bar social media account branded the loser left. The bar also complains that Instagram and Facebook removed the posts along with other unrelated posts. Despite Fitzpatrick declaring that he supports free speech, the Old State Saloon social media account reveled, no, it says revealed, but I'm going to go and say reveled Sunday night that Google had erased hundreds of reviews, both good and bad. We appreciate the great reviews, fellow patriots. Anyone who doesn't believe that immigrants make America great is not a true patriot. And that's my personal opinion, but that's my personal opinion. You good, bro? Speaking of the Time Magazine, just this weekend on Canal Street, 200 New Yorkers foiled an ice raid. They're not fucking around. Charleston, North Carolina is not fucking around. Seattle? Well, we're going to find out because we're not protecting our own like others. White House confirmed second strike on alleged drug boat as lawmakers suggest it could be a war crime. But yeah, no, did Pete Hegseth order it or not? It sounds like they found a patsy. Um, Senator Roger Wicker and Jack Reed. Roger Wicker, a Republican from Mississippi, and Jack Reed, a Democrat from Rhode Island. The chair and ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, respectively, vowed Saturday to conduct vigorous oversight in the matter. Tim Kaine has a lot to say about it. Mark Kelly, a member of the committee, said Sunday that the body will put the military officials under oath. Trump says we'll look into reported second strike on drug boat. But the fact that they're claiming it's this other admiral, while not explicitly denying that Hegseth or ultimately even Trump were involved in the decision making, the fact that the fact that they're denying it, but they're not calling the Wall Street, I'm sorry, the Washington Post fake. Are you licking my? Don't lick my chin, please. I don't know why. I don't want my chin licked right now. The Washington Post. The fact that they're not calling it fake news tells me it's true. Like I said, they did find an admiral. There was a name. I don't think I have it. I don't think it matters because I think if you looked up Patsy in the dictionary, you like on dictionary.com, you'll find this guy's picture has been added alongside Oswald. Like I don't think I think they found a Patsy, and I wonder what they did to coerce him into either confessing or yeah. This is Time to Melt by Lard. This goes out to Ice. Joe Biafra, Al Jorgensen, others. Jay Ward, B. Parker, P. Barker. Trump claims to have spoken to somewhat separately, but said that to Nicolas Maduro on Sunday. Some are claiming that he's given orders for Maduro to leave the country, but I don't know. This feels like the wrong speed. But yeah, no, people on both sides of the aisle are using the phrase war crime, which is why, like I said, I don't know how they convince this admiral to, or who they're throwing under a bus, but oh, on the rare occasion, and again, I don't make the news, I just report it on the rare occasion, and actually I shouldn't even say this, like more and more, Trump continues to lie all the time, but also keep his word some percent of the time. That actually continues to surprise me, but sometimes he does. According to Associated Press, Dr. Trump promised to and then did release the results of his MRI screening. According to doctors, Trump had a preventative MRI on the heart and abdomen with perfectly normal results. But Tim Kaine called for Trump to release them, and he did. Again, though, just proving how reactive Trump is. Like, Trump, to me, a genuine position of power is, and this is what he was doing for much of the time he wasn't the president. I set the agenda, I make the news. But now that he actually is the president, it feels like he's reacting to everything. And it's actually just kind of interesting. Good morning, America. Republicans started the redistricting war, but will they win it? I think I incorrectly identified an Indiana state senator as being from Iowa. But yeah, Indiana state senator says he's a no on redistricting after Trump uses the R slur, or R word. And they're all slurs to me. He was calling out Tim Walz in particular. I can't remember Tim Walz's response. Anyway, Donald Trump's nephew, whose son has severe disabilities, asks where has his country gone after his uncle uses the R word. He claims that Trump once told him he should let his child die, which I absolutely believe. SNAP benefits will flow again, but many enrollees will hit another hurdle, and that is the expanded work requirements. The expanded work requirements will result in 2.4 million fewer Americans receiving food stamp benefits in an average month over the next decade, according to the Congressional Budget Office analysis. This includes 300,000 families and children. Under the GOP package, most food stamp enrollees will have to work, volunteer, or participate in a job training for at least 80 hours a month, or they will not be eligible to receive benefits for more than 3 months out of every 3 years. That 3 months out of every 3 years is already the rule, but what is different is they're expanding the number of people who this requirement will apply to for them to continue receiving benefits. Recipients who don't meet their requirement will likely start losing their benefits in March. Republicans fought hard to make that not happen until after the midterms. But that's going to be an interesting 6 months if there's no intervention. Give me 1 second. CBS News, U.S. Airlines reports short-term disruptions amid Airbus software issue. But that was Saturday, so that should be over by now. Meanwhile, also CBS News, Democrats begin, and also aviation news, I guess, Democrats begin congressional probe into Kash Patel's use of FBI Gulfstream jet. I thought it was Air Force Two, but I guess it wasn't Air Force, but it was, for a date night with his country, apparently to hear her perform the national anthem at a football game. But to me, why is this a federal probe? It happened or not, and he can admit that or not. Like, why do we have to, like, what? How little oversight is there in a government that can happen and we're not sure? Do you know what I mean? Like, shit, now I'm not sure. Okay, not a 45, my bad. This does not sound right, though. Again, we're listening to Time to Melt by Lard. Off of, well, as far as I know, they're only, it's the Power of Lard EP, and I believe it's their only recording. So again, this isn't a new story. In previous months, Patel has come under fire for seemingly allowing his girlfriend Alexis Wilkins to use an official FBI airplane to travel to her shows. Recent reports that FBI Kash Patel's girlfriend flew on an FBI plane have intensified criticism of Patel's use of taxpayer funds and his leadership of the Bureau. According to the report, elite SWAT agent guards Wilkins, who works in Nashville and lives in Las Vegas. Further, the report notes that personal protection details for directors' girlfriends are rare, citing people familiar with FBI security protocols. Miss Wilkins is receiving a protective detail because she has faced hundreds of credible death threats related to her relationship with director Patel, whom she's been dating for 3 years. Out of respect for her safety, we will not be providing additional details. What about the threats Patel received from... Anyway. Literally just for saying Happy Diwali. He looks to me like an off-putting combination of Danielle Bregoli and AKA Bad Baby and Minka Kelly. She's not unattractive, but it just the elements of the whole, do not add up. Yeah. There's something very uncanny valley. It's not quite. She doesn't have MAGA face, but there's something. Or maybe maybe it is. Maybe she just. It's like the I don't know, brunette version of MAGA face, but there's something off-putting about it. David Sachs calls New York Times conflict of interest hit piece a hit piece and willful misunderstanding of his role of White House AI and crypto czar. We already reported on this. They basically want to make sure that they extract all the profits while at the end of the day, average people end up holding the bag. I think they know it's a Ponzi scheme, and they're just trying to make sure, well, A, it doesn't get designated a Ponzi scheme, and B, they're the one profiting at the end of the day. But yeah, he's another one of those, is like those Elon Musk special blah 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 roles. Their defenses are always so weird, but it's also like directed at people who don't critically think, and that's why it's always like. Apparently, the defense is they've been trying to catch dirt on me for 5 months. It sometimes takes 5 months to publish it. Investigative journalism takes time, and for people who don't know or understand that, then that's a real major. Oh my God! It took them 5 months to come up with something. Can sound like a real smoking gun. I just watched a movie on that Boston Globe. What is it called? Like Spotlight. That team that they would sometimes investigate stories for a year or more. Like deep investigative journalism takes time. Oh, and then the other one. There were 5 different people on the byline. Again, none of this is criticism of the content or its accuracy. It took 5 people 5 months to come up with anything on it. No, it took an investigative journalism team as long as it took to come up with quite a lot on you. Yahoo News, why this Tennessee special election has the whole world watching. The race to fill a vacant seat, the historically deep red House district, serves as the latest test of how much Brown Republicans have lost with voters since President Trump returned to the White House. In normal times, a special election in a congressional district that hasn't elected a Democrat in more than 40 years wouldn't be the type of thing that a sitting president would get heavily involved in, but President Trump has made serious effort over the past few days to encourage voters in Tennessee back to back Republican Matt Van Epps on Tuesday in his surprisingly tight race against Democrat Afton Bain for a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives. Get out and vote, all caps, of course. Hi, Bubba. We were talking about you earlier. Come here. That's you. Oh. No, now they all just look like little dogs going up to heaven. That's not you. That will never be you. You have to live forever. Duke, high five if you're going to live forever. High five if you're going to be the first dog to live forever. Yes. Yes. That's a verbal contract. Canonically required to live forever and talk like Elvis. Speaking of side eye, Duke, you are the king of side eye.
All right. I wasn't sure if I was going to play this, but yeah. This is Hell Fudge by Lard off of The Power of Lard. I do just want to confirm this is a... Oh my god. Was that a 21-minute song? Is that correct?
Wait, it would have been longer if I hadn't played a significant portion of it at 45? Is that... Oh my god. Oh my god. Karma, are you being jealous? We're gonna do that ridiculous thing where we all pile onto my lap? You can. Dog-faced dog. Look at that dog-faced dog. Look at that dog-faced dog. Dog break. I told you he's distracting. Don't sniff my tablet. It's all plastic. It's not. The GOP has had uninterrupted control of Tennessee's 7th district, which includes parts of Nashville and rural areas to the city's west, since 1983. Last year, the district voted for Trump by more than 20 points and helped GOP incumbent Mark Green win election to the House by a similar margin. Green resigned from his seat in July to pursue an opportunity in the private sector he said was too exciting to pass up. I want to know how much Ryan... Okay, so Ryan Walters, speaking of Oklahoma being 49th in education, is the former Oklahoma superintendent of schools who did a lot of shit, including oversee the introduction of 10 Commandments into schools. Who did a lot of shit. A lot of the DEI. He put a Moms for Liberty like in charge of school boards. He did like all the things. Yeah, I actually reported on Oklahoma's superintendent of schools more often than I reported on my own states, just because of how often he made him. He was headline grabbing. All of it was intentional. All of it was red meat for the base, and it worked. I want to know how much he's being paid. So Freedom Teachers Alliance, as it turns out, is just part of the Freedom Foundation. It also only has about less than 3,000 members online. And what's ironic is he came out super hardcore against unions. That was like one of his biggest things. It promotes itself as an alternative to unions, but essentially a type of a type of teachers union, in particular, a right-wing one that wants to fight for all that shit. But it is a teachers union. That itself is anti-union. All right, Duke, I'm resting my my tablet on your back. Karma's still looking for her in. Yeah, Duke's still here, but you're welcome. I've got a big lap. My lap is open. Chunky butt. Oh, there was a similarly rotund Chihuahua being roasted online. People saying Chihuahua should never be that fat, and I was like, shut the fuck up. And the owner was like, this Chihuahua is healthy, and I was like, yeah, I believe you, because people always fat shame my dog, but he's healthy. It will be the last major head-to-head contest between the two parties of the year, the only two parties in the U.S. The first since the Democrats' dominant performance in last month's off-year national elections that they completely threw away by caving on the shutdown. Like, what the fuck? Republicans are going to keep beating Democrats because Democrats don't even know what to do with a win, let alone what to do with a loss. All right, this is Try to Remember by Jerry Orbach. Oh, Christopher Maloney and Marissa Hargitay with Barista. The like this. Who approved this? With the Barista mugs that people weren't even able to buy, but them being like, we got them. Yeah, no, not cute. And yeah, no. Long-running celebrity crushes are cute until you monetize it. Snoop Dogg and Martha, cute until you monetize it. Zach Braff and Donald Faison, cute until you monetize it. Christopher Maloney and Marissa Hargitay, cute until you monetize it. Like, it's... And then you ruined it. Because once you've monetized it, they're not just friends in real life. They are business partners again. And that's fine, I guess, but it's not cute. It's not fun. Like, oh, look at these two people who used to work together, who get together in real life for no other reason than because they like each other. That is the goodwill you're trading on when you put them together in a commercial. And I get how you see that's a good idea.
but for a significant portion of us, that ruins it. Oh, this isn't exactly what I wore to wear. My hair was fully pulled back earlier today, but then it made its way into a messy bun at some point. Just try to remember from the Fantastics. Follow, follow, follow. And I'm gonna find a girl from Leave It to Jane, a musical I've never heard of. Yeah, Duke's gone. My lap is available still. Probably still just kind of glaring at me though. Van Epps, a military veteran and former head of the Tennessee Department of General Services, easily won the Republican primary thanks to endorsements from both Trump and the state's current governor, Bill Lee. Bain, a member of the state legislature. I am really struggling with words tonight. Legislature since 2023 squeaked out a win in an incredibly tight Democratic primary with a chance to face off against Epps in the general election. A recent poll showed Van Epps ahead by just 2%, with enough voters still undecided to tip the race in Bain's favor. Oh, this is one of the... The Little Misses just made me want to do jazz hands. This feels like Al Jolson. Call me, mammy. Like, you ain't seen nothing yet. Like, hi, comes. Yeah. That really makes me want to do jazz hands. So, no, it's not that late. Well, it's not that late. It's 1:30 in the morning. If I were in bed, this is exactly what it'd be like. Duke and Karma competing for my attention, and like, yeah, they're just, and my body heat, or vice versa. Because as it turns out, I'm always like, they're stealing my body heat, but they're warmer than I am, so I'm stealing theirs. That matters. Do, 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 do. It really thinks I'm doing a thumbs up. I love show tunes. Just. Shave and a haircut, 2 bits. I'm gonna find a girl from Leave It to Jane. This is Lazy Afternoon off of Golden Apple. Again, a song, a musical I swear I've never heard of, but let's find out. You can put that thumb down at any time now. Oh, it literally just, yeah, it's just gonna keep. If I hold my hand like that, and that's where I like to hold my hand on the mic stand. It's just, it's where, yeah. Let's see if Karma. Yeah, no. Yeah, yeah, let's move on. I'm avoiding a headline. USA Today, 3 children among those killed in shooting at birthday party. 4 were killed, 3 of whom were children, 15 injured, 15 injured, including 4 dead, and 3 of them children. Of course, I am on the mailing list of Sandy Hook Promise, which is an organization comprised primarily of Sandy Hook parents. Of course, they had something to say about minors being gunned down. Guns bad. It's not that. No, I'm sorry. That's way too simplistic. Though, at the end of the day, that is my opinion. And again, this is Jerry Orbach off of Off Broadway. Why is Alpha Dog not? Oh no, the Alpha Dog is. Oh, all right. This is what a cat. Okay, what am I playing? What am I playing? This is what a catch. Alpha Dogs is a bonus track. It wasn't that was not has never been released. Okay, I'm not gonna crash out over a mislabeling. Oh, that was unexpected. Okay, but I know what that means. Whoops, that's okay. Oh, it's okay. This record is warped. Is that? So it's just not going to play the B side at all. Is that true? Okay. Me when I'm just like, will that work? I don't. Is this exercise? I don't think this is a good idea. I think I'm just going to end up breaking a record. Huh. Okay. This is Alpha Dogs by Blink One by Fall Out Boy, followed by From Now On We Are Enemies. I was gonna play What a Catch, Donnie, for my funds development director, Giving Tuesday. I talked to my dad.
You asked me. Oh, okay. I'm completely lying. This is what a cut. Okay. But I did talk to my dad about Giving Tuesday. I promise. I don't think my funds development officer will ever see this episode, but I hope not. Though speaking of my direct supervisor, oh, now I have to play Chipmunks for my direct supervisor. Me giving myself a thumbs up. Oh, come on. Stop it. Like, yeah, well, the sheriff's department says it has limited information about the shooting and in particular the suspect. It occurred in a shopping mall complex that includes a Dairy Queen, a donut shop, and an Asian restaurant. They were coming together as a family, having time to enjoy. I love callbacks. I think the Beatles and Fall Out Boy did it best. Those are just lasers. It's just lights. Those aren't. You can't chase them. There's nothing to chase. They're just lights, sweetie. I mean, I can explain that to her, but also let her enjoy it, right? Me, why can I never sleep when I'm like going blind, slowly going blind? Also me shining lasers into my own light eyes at like midnight every night. Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't so great.
Troubled thoughts and self-esteem to match. Fuck yes. And then, but then we're okay. I'm just. What if I just speed it up now? Okay. What would it take to what? Okay, something. What if I put it on this? Like, would that make a difference? Oh, kind of. Oh, that's interesting. There's Alpha Dogs. Oh, no. Tell rock and roll I'm a roll again.
I wanna put the Midwest home again.
Midwest emo. But when I picture Midwest emo, I'm picturing much smaller towns in Chicago. I wouldn't, yeah, not to be weird, but. Also, pretty sure that Ben Weasel didn't name an album emo because they were acknowledging they were emo, but making fun of emo. That was always my take at the time. And then over the years, I was like, wait, but they are emo. I mean, did they know that? Is that what they were acknowledging openly? When they do a cover of Linger, like, anyway. Legit, I'm pretty sure this is a cover, but it is. Oh, is it? This is one of my favorite Fall Out Boy songs, either way. Karma, you're not the first or the last, but you're possibly the prettiest. At least according to the internet, because the internet is racist. And everyone's like, your cat's so pretty. I'm like, she's just white. And also she is. But she's fucking dirty as fuck. If you saw her in real life, you'd be like, oh, that cat's yellow. That cat's not white. That cat's high yellow. I love you too, man. She literally went after my tablet just now. That was a direct intentional attack. She's been doing that more and more. Like, I see that's the thing that's distracting you. Like whether it's my keyboard or my laptop or like my work laptop, or like she's been specifically fighting my devices. That was Alpha Dogs by Fall Out Boy, possibly a cover. This is from Now On We Are Enemies.
I mostly never had to declare that to someone because they knew. But occasionally people will surprise you. We're like, oh, you did not realize that your actions will result in me not wanting to move forward in this relationship. And that's only after all other avenues are exhausted. I'm not, as some suggest, exacting. That's dominant culture, white supremacy, perfectionism that I talk all the time about. I am infinitely forgiving to anyone who can make amends, but people who dig in, make excuses, and gaslight, bye, 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 bye. Luigi Mangione enters courthouse in shackles, but they are removed. Pictures of him just smiling with his okay, him just smiling with lawyers is part of what's interesting to me about this picture. Him not wearing a tie, but his lawyers both are. So again, imagery matters. But the thing that actually strikes me the most, and normally I'm not sympathetic of cops, but one, none of these cops I'm assuming were assigned a detail. Yeah, none of these cops look thrilled to be here. And why are they all wearing short sleeves? It's December 1st. Why are they all wearing short fucking sleeves? Is that okay? Oh, because courtrooms are warm? Is that what am I missing here about this picture? On the fact that he just looks throws it. Oh, well, he just rolled his punch because he knows this is going to result in I guess all he does is sign autographs all day, and every single one of those should be a tell. And yet even Trump has gone on record saying he doesn't think Mangione should get the death penalty, which is wild. Why? Because he's white? Because he's yeah, no, this is it's because he has populist support and you don't want to be against that. This is Dumpweed by Blink-182. Off of Take Off Your Pants and Jacket, right? Oh no, wait. Enema of the State, my bad. This is off of Enema of the State. If I had to think of any album cover this calls back to, Breakfast in America by Supertramp. Murdaugh, the model on the cover of that. This is Don't Leave Me by Blink-182. Am I just playing this out? Feeling this. Feeling this. Feeling this. Me too. Does Aliens Exist? Followed by... Oh no, this is Aliens Exist, and I'll be done. Yeah, with the Blink-182 segment for now. But one of my favorite bands of all time. So. Um, Speaking of victory laps, according to CNN, 4 arrested after Australian police find thousands of satanic child sex abuse images. That's a real headline. They wanted to. Well, we'll play some more metal just in honor of that. But satanic panic, 80s and 90s, QAnon, child satanic sex occult rings. But apparently, this is real and confirmed. People are producing C-scam, and again, I'm glad we're calling them child sex abuse images, not child porn, which I think AP has. Yeah, the AP is the style guide. They run the style guide, but as recently as I don't know. CP, I will never use that phrase or because there's no such thing. Pornography, by definition, is a real. Sex work is real work. Pornography is created by consenting adults. Anything else is rape, is child abuse, and videotaping it doesn't make it not those crimes. There is no such thing as revenge porn. It is, what do we call that? I don't know, but Megan Thee Stallion just won an award on that. If we get to it, but specifically the satanic angle, something. And okay, I'm sorry. How much am I? Okay, it is CNN, generally a trusted source, but this journalist actually referred to this person as wearing a zebra striped outfit. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Oh, it's not letting me for some reason. Okay. That is a geometric pattern. That is a black and white geometric stripe pattern. That is not zebra stripes. That is not, it's not even an attempt at zebra stripes. And it's weird that I don't mean to zoom in on their crotch or their donger, which you can clearly see. But that is clearly geometric illusion, right? That's not even an attempt at zebra print. And I hate that that's my takeaway.
Interesting.
Alright, I lied. I said I wasn't going to lose. This is Going Away to College by Blink-182 off of Enema of the State.
What's my race? What's my race again? Shout out to the Muslims. This is this is Simple Plan with My Alien, followed by God Must Hate Me, probably followed by I'll Do Anything. Oh, I'm Just a Kid, or I'm Just a Kid. Is Addicted, obviously. Okay. By Simple Plan. Oh, I genuinely don't know where my Frankenstein. Oh, I lost my Frankenstein. Oh, did Duke grab it somewhere? I don't know where my Frankenstein squeaky toy is.
How long will I be waiting until the end of time?
Also, according to CNN, British police want to speak to MAGA influencer and partner after London incident. Melissa Rain Lively and her financial partner Philip Osterman. The incident took place at 7:30 local time on October 11th at Bond Street Tube Station. The victim was entering Bond Street Underground Station with her sister and two young children, one of whom was in a pushchair. A man and woman were walking together in front of them when the woman collided with the pushchair. The man began shouting racial abuse at the victim and her family before the woman grabbed her hair. When the victim tried to defend herself, the man pulled out a small bottle and said it was pepper spray before spraying in the direction of the victim and her family. The woman shouted abuse and made lewd gestures at them before both parties left the area. The use of pepper spray is illegal in UK. Full stop. Like this. Okay, that's good to know. Is My Alien, possibly followed by God Must Hate Me. I'm not playing I'll Do Anything or I'm Just a Kid. No, but I might play I Won't Be There. Rain Lively is a Trump-supporting influencer and head of America First PR, an Arizona-based company Lively is described as an anti-woke publicity agency. And Osterman, a German businessman. Well, you know, how's that PR working for you now? You might be hiring your own damaged spin doctors. CNN reached out to Rain Lively and Osterman. Rain Lively did not address CNN's question for comment in her response, but sent an unrelated press release. Osterman did not respond. Rain Lively's account on X is temporarily disabled. Her company's website details a plan to launch a transatlantic sister agency in alignment with our mission to protect and advance shared Western values called Europe First PR. So it's not about America. Yeah, America First isn't about America. The same people who run it will run Europe first. Yeah, keep saying it out loud. Is this God Must Hate Me or I Will Be There? Is God Must Hate Me, followed by I Won't Be There, by Simple Plan, off of No Pads, No Helmets, Just Balls. Take off your pads and jacket. Did I lose my helmet on the where's my helmet? She's also known for an incident inside a Scottsdale, Arizona Target store at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. The July 2020 video of her destroying a mask display at the retailer went viral, leading to online comments dubbing her QAnon Karen. Reed Lively, a former QAnon follower, gave subsequent interviews denouncing her behavior and involvement with the group, she later called a cult, but then you just joined other cults. Well, yeah, no. Multiple arrests as protesters blocked federal agents at a Manhattan garage. If you can put your bodies in front of brown bodies, now would be the time to do so. If you can risk an arrest, now would be the time to do so. Seemed like nice people. Yahoo Entertainment. Reading scores are in crisis. Can Hot Frankenstein help fix that? So in my day, no, that's not true. English teachers have always used movie adaptations as a easy cheat day. We all did. Oh, yay, we're watching a movie. Romeo plus Juliet, or whatever. Yeah, a stroll through a movie theater lately looks a lot like an English classroom. You'll see at least one poster for director Guillermo del Toro's recently released Frankenstein. Is that actually out, and how is it doing? Adaptation. You'll see teasers for next year's sexy take on Wuthering Heights. I've actually seen a promo for that one. And Christopher Nolan's star. I barely knew Frankenstein was out. Their marketing team needs to do better. Christopher Nolan's star-studded retelling of the Odyssey. We've been hearing about that for like years now at this point, so these movies aren't just inspired by books, they're films inspired by foundational literature widely assigned to students whose investment in text is reflected in their grades. It's a little funny that Hollywood is currently so enthusiastic about classics, though, because the typical student isn't necessarily pumped about reading. Average reading score, that's not ironic, it's just terrible. Average reading scores for high school seniors in 2025 dropped to their lowest level since 1992. The year I graduated high school, by the way. I was in honors English my freshman and sophomore year, then I was dropped from honors English, not because of my English scores, but because my overall scores didn't qualify me for any honors classes anymore. You can't have that many C's and D's and still be in honors classes. And then my senior year, I left to go to a different school, and as far as I know, yeah, I still had math requirements and science requirements to fill, but I had no English requirements to fulfill anymore. So yeah, the low reading scores of high school seniors in 1992, you cannot put that on me. Is this Sloop John B? By the Beecher Boys. Actually, I'm probably going to play God Only Knows, and Wouldn't It Be Nice as well. Let's do it.
Let's play a block of these Beastie Beach Boys. 'Cause God only knows. I never know what Beach Boys songs I can play or can't play on the internet. So if this show suddenly cuts out, holy shit. The Associated Press reports that pandemic-related school closures, heightened absenteeism, increased screen time, and general decrease in reading in and out of school all play a role. Several current and former teachers told Yahoo that rather than being threatened by the influx of page-to-screen adaptations, they're optimistic about what the films can do for students' relationships to literature. Instructors from a different era might have worried about students who would watch the movies as a substitute for reading, opting for something gentler on their brains. Though movies are no less challenging than films, they just take less time. Either makes you think, actually. But now, they're just tools to get young people engaged. I don't know, Wuthering Heights official page posting. I love it. Anyway, yeah. Literature is important. None of us read as much as we should at any age. That click track, though. Don't make me play Billy Joel. It is according to People magazine. Man says Thanksgiving turned violent after repeated attacks by 8-year-old nephew. Vows to skip all family events. Yeah, if your family enables bad behavior and calls you the problem, good choice. But also, yeah, I agree with people who are like the no contact movement, like the whole movement around just go no contact is irresponsible. Therapists involved in that are irresponsible. I am no contact with most of my family. And I stand behind and stand on the justification for that. And making that a thing and a culture and building a culture around that is super duper dangerous. And I'm so glad I made those choices independently based on my own opinions, not what other people convinced me. Do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. Ben Affleck spends Thanksgiving with Jennifer Gardner and kids. He's always welcome at her house. Exclusive source, People magazine, but that's probably not surprising to anyone who's following that. I love couples who can get it right and wait. Oh, it wasn't a celebrity. Random woman on the internet posted a video that went viral. Wait, what was it? Yeah. Basically, the video was like, you look pretty. I hope daddy thinks you look pretty. And mom was like, oh, because she failed to tell the child that they were getting divorced. And someone pointed out the fact that she's not even aware says you're doing something right. Like, yeah, the fact that it was so seamless as an experience. We could be married and then be happy. Tempo change. I'm not doing a thumbs up, I'm just... Hi, Karma. Thanks for walking around my keyboard, unlike the dogs who like step right across it. Oh, I kind of want to play Heroes and Villains, but we'll save more Beach Boys for a future time. Kokomo, Aruba, Jamaica. Oh, I want to take the Black Tones with Ghetto Spaceship. Off of Cobain and Cornbread.
I'm gonna cross the river Jordan.
I said who Ghetto Spaceship, but it's obviously Rivers of Jordan. I'll play Ghetto Spaceship next.
I'm gonna cross the rivers of Jordan. I'm gonna cross the rivers of Jordan one of these days.
Who's playing the harmonica? Is that...
I'm gonna need my mother
Oh, it's Ava.
I'm gonna need
Yeah,
my
the
mother
black
pretty
tones are
early
Ava
one of these
Walker.
days. Hallelujah.
Guitar,
I'm
vocals,
gonna
organ,
need my mother
harmonica,
pretty
banjo. Fuck
early.
yes.
I'm
I've
gonna
never
need
seen her
my
play. I've
mother
seen them
pretty
live a number of
early
times,
one of these
and I've never seen her play the banjo. Or am I lying? You're like, you have, and you posted it to your YouTube channel. I'm trying to picture her playing the harmonica or the banjo. No, I've only ever seen her play guitars and vocals. I'm surprised to learn. Well, I'm not surprised to learn. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Cedric, her
tell all
brother,
you
plays drums, percussion, and
trees.
backing vocals. Performs.
One of these days, hallelujah, I'm gonna tell how you treat me. I'm gonna tell how you treat me one of these days. I'm gonna cross the rivers of Jordan. I'm gonna cross the rivers of Jordan one of these days. Hallelujah.
I knew it. I knew it. I was a little too young to miss it, to get it, to catch this stray. But films can be a great way to inspire students to engage and think about language and themes. When Rachel Cedarbaum, a former AP and IB English, I don't know what IB stands for, English teacher in Maryland, who now runs a tutoring company, taught Romeo and Juliet. She used the modern adaptation starring Leonardo DiCaprio and Claire Danes. I said Romeo plus Juliet. Um, yeah, we all love that shit. That shit was sexy as fuck. And, like all of them hanging out under a bridge. That was like punk as fuck, but also his ghetto spaceship. Cedarbaum sees spark notes and artificial intelligence as means to cut corners, but that's not what movies are. They help children enhance their understanding and appreciation for the work. The Rap. Matrix director Lily Warshawski isn't surprised MAGA co-opted the red pill. That's what fascism does. This is a reminder, you've built your entire conspiracy theory off of the work of a trans artist, and you can hate that, but you can't change that. You can't unred pill someone. You're all red pilled, and you chose that for yourselves. It's cute. Vibra slap. I will call out every bus. I will call out every Vibra slap. That's what this channel exists to do. Oh wait, I no. The thing that goes is which one? A Vibra slap. Okay. Anyway, I think the song used both actually. Or was that just a cowbell? you for not. Yeah, no, thank you for looking back. And thank you for not destroying those records. I appreciate that. Also, according to the rap, Guy Pearce takes social media break to prevent any further hurt after sharing anti-Semitic content. He fucking platformed Nick Fuentes, bruh. Hi, Boo. How you doing? You good? You had a good time looking out the window? I saw you looking out the window. What did you see? You see anything interesting? Unlike dogs, you can't really bark. Do you see anything alarming? Do you see anything you should warn me about? This is Jen Champion with Time to Regulate. Formerly, no, that was Ghetto Spaceship. This is Jen Champion, formerly known as S, and then as a member of Carissa's Weird. I still want to know how that Brooklyn show went earlier last month. It is time to regulate rototoms, real or synthetic. Please do not jump down on this side. That would be a really bad idea. I just have a sensor trying to find a place to jump down. Seeing my job, which I have now worked at for 10 years, I was told, and I'm not calling anyone a liar, that Zoom raised their prices. I'm pretty sure. No, I don't know. But again, I don't know about corporate accounts. But as far as individual accounts, I'm pretty sure it's the same price they charged me last year. Why is this the side you're trying? Girl, jump down on the other side. She's gonna. I feel like she's gonna jump on the record player or on my drink. Karma's plotting Carmageddon. She's always. Yeah, I love you. But at some level, she's always plotting a little bit of destruction, and I'm whatever her next move is. Girl. She wants to put her paw on this. You can put her. That was Time to Regulate by Jen Champion, formerly Jen Other Name. And before that, Ghetto Spaceship by the Black Town. Yeah, me too. This is back in the closet again. So, yeah, like I said, I have an in-person thing with my boss tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it because I actually love hanging out with my boss. I'm going to play some Chipmunks next in honor of my boss's collective love of the Chipmunks. As it turns out, that is actually new to 2025. My understanding that I'm not sure if this is actually what I meant to play, but you can climb up there. I don't give a shit. No one's stopping you. This is Lavender Country with Back in the Closet Again. I am not back in the closet again, though how much I will be dressing to express my gender expression, outside of my own home. I might be reducing that to like pandemic levels of like. Oh, but that's also interesting. Today, I didn't even wear a skirt at work. I was just like, I'm not going to be standing up. So I did end up standing up, and then I was like, oh. And also, the tights I'm wearing have holes in them. I should have worn a skirt. "1973 Lavender Country, first gay country band in the Country Hall of Fame as such in Nashville, Bellingham, Washington's Lavender Country." All right. Well, she explored her options, and I guess this is where she still chooses to be. Bib Fortuna. There's a whole booklet. I was Back in the Closet Again by Lavender Country off of Lavender Country in 1973. This is Dragula by Rob Zombie, followed by O Fortuna. Oh, actually, this is O Fortuna. Just while I got the cat on my lap, that always makes me think of Bib Fortuna, the Star Trek. Star Trek. Who's your favorite Star Trek character? Star Trek Deep Space Nine is having a moment on the internet. Like I'm just seeing, like, what? Why is that specifically? All right, this is the end of Dragula. Yeah. Oh, I knew she was gonna ruin it. Where's your tail? Oh, yeah, but no, the Bib Fortuna tail. Like, you know what? Yeah. I think a costume designer from Star Wars admitted cats on people's shoulders is the inspiration for Bib Fortuna. And if you don't know, Bib Fortuna is the character in Star Wars that was like the negotiator from Jabba the Hutt's palace in Return of the Jedi that had like the. I love how much classical music, opera, and whatnot are having moments on social media. Like people are discovering, like, yeah. That's what I call Halloween. Did I mention Hollywood Reporter return of box office? Zootopia 2 opens with massive 272 million, biggest Hollywood haul in years. It was a kind of powerful performance that once had Hollywood executives wildly bullish on the market potential of the world's most popular. There was a beginning of Tubular Bells by Mike Odenfeld, aka the theme from The Exorcist. New Exorcist movie coming, and oof, who's the actress? Oh, Scarlett Johansson to star in the new Exorcist. Well, she's not playing the kid, so is she playing the mom? Scarlett Johansson. No, I guess that's the news. Scarlett Johansson has entered her playing moms era. Um, and since we're talking about The Exorcist, let's play some Jerry Falwell. This is actually, yeah, no. Dr. Jerry Falwell, The End of the World, because anyone can get that shit. The End of the World from Thomas Road Baptist Church. And literally, you could have gotten this in the mail. Like, it has like a mail flap and like the pull tabs. Like, what year is this? I need to know. Sorry, I have like a cat on my shoulder, like I'm a pirate. I'm a cat pirate. Uh, this beautiful special music in this album is provided by Doug Oldham and the Lynchburg Baptist Choral. So, music, special fourth class rate library material. I guess, yeah, no, I guess that's what we would call media mail now. Phonograph record, do not drop or crush. What year is I can't find a year on this though. I'm sorry. Um, oh, she's literally gonna jump on like the top of my head now. Um, yeah, I can't find a year on. I can't find a date on this, but
The end of the world, how near is it?
yeah, me too.
We hear a great deal today about the end of the world. When is it going to come? Some have been so presumptuous as to set dates.
Yeah, me too.
As a result, people have sold their worldly goods, gone to a mountain
Whoa,
top somewhere.
Jerry
and waited for the end
Falwell
of the
calling out the
world.
rapture people, although in
Others
my
have
mind they're
come
all
to
the same
preach
people. Like,
that there will be no end, that everything will go on as it is. And both parties are wrong. According to the Word of God, this age, as we know it today,
wait,
this
both who?
world,
What?
as it is presently
I thought you were talking about the
constituted,
Bible.
will
Oh,
indeed
but we're talking
terminate.
about politics, or are you
God
not?
has so
Because are you
designed
allowed
his
to?
dispensation
Because I'm pretty sure. I mean, this is
that
a
when the
record that was
fullness of
produced, but
time is come,
isn't
the
aren't
trump of
so
God will
religious
sound.
organizations
The dead in Christ
who
shall
accept,
rise
you know, who
first,
are
and
nonprofits?
then we
Are you
which are
allowed to
alive
talk
and
about
remain shall
politics?
be
I
caught
feel like
up
you're not
together
allowed
with
to,
them
but
in the air, in the clouds, to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. As surely as we are gathered in
so
this
shall we
auditorium
ever,
this
shall
morning,
ever,
the
shall
Lord
be
is
we,
coming again.
be, we,
When he
shall
comes, the
ever,
church
so
age
shall ever.
will
Yep.
be concluded. The church will be gathered out. Then will begin the time called the day of Jacob's trouble, the tribulation period on this earth, continuing for 7 years, at the conclusion of which, according to the Word of God, the greatest war of all wars will be fought. The Battle of Armageddon will be fought. The blood will flow in the streets up to the bridles of the horses
Oh,
for
so some people
200
who
miles.
believe in the rapture,
Then, according to
they're
the
like,
Word of
yeah, no,
God,
that wasn't proof it didn't
the
happen.
golden age,
That
the
that was
kingdom
just
age,
proof
the
it's
millennium will
just
begin,
starting. But also,
during
but
which
why
time
weren't
for
you raptured? I guess I don't know. Yeah.
1,000 years we shall rule and reign with the Lord Jesus Christ as he sits down upon the throne of David in Jerusalem. Following the kingdom age, this is just a resume of Bible prophecy. Eternity begins. According to the Word of God, there will be new heavens and new earth. God himself will be in the midst of this great eternity. All the saints of all the ages will inherit their inheritance, possess their possession. We shall know as we are known. We shall know then, if we don't know already, that the only thing in this world worthwhile is to know Jesus Christ personally.
Okay. It feels a lot like he's infused. Okay. Anyway. Well, in all fairness, they said.
Auditorium of America's fastest growing church, the Thomas Road Baptist Church in Lynchburg, Virginia. We present the Old Time Gospel Hour with Dr. Jerry Falwell.
Dr. Elmer Towns wrote, the Thomas Road Baptist Church is people. And that's the ministry of Old Time Gospel Hour, reaching people with the saving gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ. In a few moments, I'll be speaking on the subject, the end of the world. How near is it? This is a message on Bible prophecy, the coming of the Lord, the return of Christ, the end of the world. How near is it? I hope you'll stay for the full 1 hour today, as right from the church auditorium of Thomas Road Church, nearly 200 stations are carrying Old Time Gospel Hour right now. Seated with me here is the fellow who's going to be singing for you in just a few moments. His name is Doug Oldham. And Doug, I'm sure you have something relevant to the message today.
Well, I just may have to do a chorus, The King is Coming, if you're going to preach.
Amen. Well, with the King is coming, and my message on how near is the end, I have a feeling we'll keep most of our viewers for the next hour. Now back out into the main auditorium. Jim Moon, our co-pastor, leads us in this great old hymn. Sing along with us, will you?
This literally is a Jerry Falwell record called The End of the World. You can see the images.
Congregation and choir, you may be seated. Standing just to my left, the Lynchburg Baptist College Chorale. We're very proud of them. They're going to sing for you right now.
This is the Dobie Gillis theme song. I'm pretty sure I've played this recently, but fuck it. This is off of Rhino TV Themes. Oh, I know I have.
Dobie, once a little beauty, Dobie.
That's the end of, oh, Ray Kniff is the instrument. Okay. Ray Kniff is actually shocking, and this is the Perry Mason theme. This is one of my favorite songs of all time, actually. Ray Kniff, I so associate with Christmas. I don't realize like Ray Kniff did other music outside of Christmas music, but the addicts of the world unite. Boop. This is Dobie Gillis theme song, vocals by Judd Canlin's Rhythm Airs.
Once a little cutie, Dobie. Once a little beauty, Dobie. Once a gal to call his own. Any size, any style, any eyes, any smile, any Jean, any Jane, any Joan. Oh, Dobie. Once a gal who's dreamy, Dobie. Once a gal who's dreamy, Dobie. Once a gal to call his own. Is she fat, is she tall, is she dark, is she small, is she any kind of dreamboat at all? No matter, he's hers and hers
They absolutely extended.
any size, any style, any eyes, any smile, any Jean, any Jane, any Joan. Oh, Dobie. Once a gal who's dreamy, Dobie. Once a gal who's dreamy, Dobie.
Gal who's what?
Once a gal to call his own.
Wait, no, I'm sorry.
Is she blonde? Is she tall? Is she dark? Is she small? Is she any kind of dreamboat at all? No matter. He's hers. Come on,
This is Exhilaration. By The Dare off of Frequency. Oh, and this is the wrong street. Disney smash hit animated sequel Zootopia 2 got off to a stunning start in China. Over the holiday weekend, opening to an enormous $272 million 5-day box office haul. It was a kind of powerful performance that once had Hollywood executives wildly bullish on the market potential of the world's most populous nation, but which grew scarce over the past half-decade as Chinese filmgoers began to favor local fare over imported Western storytelling. This is important to note because the number one animated feature of all time is Chinese, not American. Reiwa, or whatever it's called, Beat Out Frozen 2. It is also a sequel. Sequels do well. Zootopia 2, however, appears to have delivered the goods irresistibly for movie fans of all ages in the country. The film's staggering launch ranks the second best opening ever for a U.S. film in China, only behind Avengers Endgame with 330 million. I think the fact that animated films are that popular in China is the bigger story, but yeah, the high watermark of a Marvel franchise is already set nearly every record conceivable for a non-local animated release in the country, including biggest opening, biggest single day performance, and biggest cumulative total. Again, fuck Zootopia. Well, that's an opinion. This goes out to my boss. What am I playing off of this? Chipmunk Fun. This is a Chipmunk song. And yeah, we're not playing a lot of Halloween, Christmas song. What season is it? What's my age again? What's my race again? That was the end of Pop Goes the Weasel. This is the Chipmunk song.
Ready to sing your song? Okay, Simon? Okay, Theodore?
Okay, Alvin? Alvin?
That was not a thumbs up. That was a hula hoop gesture. Like, that's wild.
Very good, Simon.
Naturally.
Very good, Theodore. Alvin, you were a little flat.
That was funny. They
Alvin,
made it sound like a chipmunk. Yeah, actually, that was it. And a harmonica.
very good, boys. No, that's enough. Let's not overdo it. Now, wait a minute, boys. Alvin, cut that out. Wait. Theodore, just a minute. Simon, will you cut that out? Get up.
Millie Bobby Brown, and this is old news. Oh well, it is Sunday. Yeah. So Millie Bobby Brown, who actually that isn't even her name. She's now Millie Robin Bon Jovi. He literally dropped the Bobby Brown. Says she and David Harbour have a great relationship amid bullying rumors. The man behind Knives Out keeps pumping out capers. Here's his secret. Ryan Johnson, or whatever. Washington Post. You're like, he's one of the most successful. How do you not know how to pronounce his name? I don't know, because it's okay. Me, I want a hula and a harmonica. Okay, fuck it. This is Alvin's harmonica. Yeah, go after this like you would go after actual chipmunks, but please don't jump on my record player.
Alvin, put that harmonica down. Because we're going to sing, that's why. Never mind.
Sports news. Ben Johnson goes shirtless after they beat Eagles.
Are you ready, Alvin?
The Wiener Circle now owes the city of Chicago free hot dogs.
That out. Alvin.
Alvin! Harmonica. Boop, boop, boop. According to the Associated Press, Super Bowl pregame performance will include Charlie Puth, Brandy Carlisle, and Coco Jones.
All right, Alvin, make a fool of yourself.
Me too.
Now, wait a minute, you guys.
That's not a harmonica, by the way. Cha cha cha. Shout out to the Black Tones and Ava Walker, who performed harmonica. Yeah, I was like, oh, that's a harmonica.
This is not a harmonica. That was a. Was that a melodiphone? Like, what instrument was that actually? Because that was not a harmonica. My harmonica. That was yeah. Alvin's harmonica off of. Let's all sing with the Chipmunks. My harmonica. Is Flight of Concords with Oof. No, literally, I'm not sure what I'm playing off of this. This is off of Sub Pop, by the way. Sub Pop record. Oh. Whatever, that made it easy. Track 2, side 1. Robots.
The distant future, the year 2000.
2000.
The distant future, the year 2000.
2000.
The distant future, the distant future.
It is the distant future, the year 2000. We are robots. The world is quite different ever since the robots
Just for
arrived
context,
in the late 90s.
because this is now like almost 20 years old. This came out after the year 2000. This is
Yes. Instead we say affirmative. Yes, affirmative. Yes, we know the robot really well. There is no more unethical treatment of the elephants. Well, there's no more elephants, so, but still it's good. There's only one kind of dance, the robot. Oh,
and the Robo Boogie.
two kinds of dances. There are no more humans.
Finally, robotic beings rule the world. The humans are dead. The humans are dead.
I already did my AI segment for this episode, but
And we poison their asses. The humans are dead.
the humans are dead.
The humans are dead.
I noticed they're dead.
It had to be done
Confirm that they're dead.
so that we could have fun.
Confirmed it. I poked when it was dead.
Their system of oppression, what did it lead to? Global robo-depression. They had so much aggression that we just had to kill them, had to shut their systems down.
Robo Captain, do you not realize that by destroying the human race because of their destructive tendencies, we too have become like, well, it's ironic. Good science, destroy him.
After time we grew strong, they made us work for too long. Our programming determined that the most efficient answer was to shut their motherfucking systems down.
Can't we start to like galaxy and have longer stunning days better? Can we talk to the galaxy and work together now?
No, because they are dead.
I said the humans are dead.
I'm glad they are dead.
The humans
I'm
are
glad they were
dead.
dead.
I noticed they're dead.
I noticed it too.
Poisonous gases,
Traces of well.
and we poisoned their asses.
Actually, their lungs.
Binary solo.
Come on, sucker, lick my battery. I don't know what this dance is called, but I call it Conan O'Brien.
Once again, without emotion, the humans are
Alright, playing no.
She's so flippin' hot. She's like a curry. I won't tell her how hot she is, but she'll think I'm being sexist. She's so hot, she's making me sexist. Bitch.
Oh, this is boom.
My 1987 DG20. Guess who
I'm gonna
introduced
play this out.
Scepter, Madeline. Yeah. Got the drums.
This is Boom by Flight of the Conchords, Brett McKenzie, and that other more famous dude, New Zealand. Fast forward, selector. Rolling Stone, Megan Thee Stallion wins trial over deep fake porn video and harassment. Brett's the Boom King. Mother uckers. The end of Ladies in the World. His mother uckers.
Pay my motherfucking rent fortnightly. Motherfuckers that don't tryna pay me. And I'm out for my account cause I don't AP. Yeah, you know me. Motherfucker charge a $2 transaction fee. Makes my payment short, my rent goes back to me. Minus a $25 penalty. So you feed me cause of your motherfucking fee. Word for word, I'm an ATM. So we're all motherfuckers and we're rocking with this shit. Come on.
Transaction shit. Weekly statement shit. Humanity account, motherfucker.
The motherfucker runs a race up the grocery. The motherfucker won't sell an apple to a kiwi. The private's gonna get dishes and malicious. I need my red delicious. Even if my money isn't up, I'm gonna die the motherfucker like a mother salad bitch.
Milagro Grams, a blogger she accused of promoting deepfake. Again, I'm not going to say pornographic. Deepfake, sexually exploitative abuse videos, and her coordinating with Tory Lanez to spread false information and disprove it. Oh.
Rhinoceros, my beats are fat, the birds are on my back and I'm horny. If you choose to proceed, you will indeed concede. Cause I hit you with my flow, the wild rival stampede. I'm not just wild, I'm trained, domesticated. I was raised by a rapper and rhyme the dated, and subsequently procreated. That's how it goes, here's the hip-hop hippopotamus, the hip-hop hippopotamus. Hip-hop hippopotamus, my lyrics are bottomless. Sometimes my rhymes are polite, but I give a gentleman's right. That was very delicious. Good night. Sometimes there is reading like a pornographic thing. NC-17 with ladies in a stream of margarine.
The Jury Award Grammy winner, born Megan Keith, $75,000 in damages. Under Florida law, Cooper's liability in the video promotion also puts her on the hook for Megan's legal fees related to the claim, expected to top $1 million.
They don't get played because my records and rhymes that don't get made. And if you rap like me, you don't get paid. And if you roll like me, you don't get laid. My rhymes are so potent that in this small segment,
in a significant twist expected to change the final judgment, the jurors found that Cooper should be treated as a media defendant. They made the determination despite concluding on the verdict form that Cooper provided advocacy for a particular claimant of personal interest. If the judge upholds Cooper as a media defendant in the final order, the defamation count will be dismissed, but that because ain't no party like my Nana's Tea Party. What the fuck are we talking about? The defamation count will be dismissed. That's because media outlets are entitled to advance notice before a lawsuit is filed, and Cooper did not receive such notice. In their verdict, the jurors awarded compensatory damages of $15,000 for defamation, $8,000 for emotional distress, $50,000 for promotion of altered video. They also added $1,000 in punitive damages from the defamation count and another $1,000 in punitive damages from the emotional distress count. Not playing any Megan Thee Stallion tonight, though we definitely could. I could grab that at any time. Chop Not Slopped. Oh. Yeah, no, well, right. This is a pretty reckless with who are you selling for off of who are you selling for. All of these, yeah, I know that logo feels lazy. Their graphic design is not great. I'll just put that out there. I love.
A dream on the darkest night. Woke up in a scream. Thought I lost my sight. Who is I? Pack my bags. Time to fight. I'm not bad. Who is selling for tonight? Who is selling for? Who is selling for tonight?
Yahoo Life. Would you ever turn to AI? Would you ever turn to AI for companionship? 6% of Americans said they could or already have. Business Insider. Fuck y'all. Fuck Business Insider. Oh, the Trump new website of like media hater of the week. What did Business Insider specifically? I mean, they published something. I was like, that's wild. That's just straight up propaganda. He predicted, but they're also trying to earn or keep their street cred as journalism. This bedroom window, that was what are you selling for? Again, shout out to Taylor Momsen, aka Cindy Lou Who, aka Jenny Humphrey, aka lead singer of The Pretty Reckless, aka you saw her at Thanksgiving, but you might not have known her name. But fuck Andrew Yang. Fuck the future party. It's all garbage and bullshit. Andrew Yang says AI may wipe out 40 million jobs over the next decade. Sure. and replaced with what? Andrew Yang is actually one thing I will give Andrew Yang credit for was at the national stage introducing concept of universal basic income. None of which even came up again this year, but no, yeah, no, that's his baby and his deal, and word and respect that. Also, Business Insider, Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes has nearly 3 years knocked off her prison sentence. I'm not sure why. I'm just going to guess good behavior. Oh, this article is more than 22 years old. After seeing posts on social media, wait, is that true? Bayer Division knowingly sold HIV-infected protein. Oh, well, we're going to try and play something a little more metal because that felt very something. Well, there you go. A division of German pharmaceutical company Bayer knowingly sold blood-clotting agents infected with HIV to Asia and Latin America months after withdrawing them from Europe and the U.S., an American paper claims yesterday. Cutter Biological continued to dump stocks of the Factor VIII blood-clotting agent for hemophilia on poor countries for nearly a year after introducing a safer alternative, the report in the New York Times said. Happened in the early 80s. Oh, so even, wait, in this article from 2003, anyway, it's making a rounds on social media, as well it should. Bayer, yeah. Oh, a Business Insider, a semi-retired boomer's Florida house doubled in value in 7 years, so she sold it and downsized to travel and more. Great. Glad that worked out for you. My house is probably about worth as what it was worth when I bought it. A Guardian article, friends end up blocking you. Northwestern Mutual sold college grads a dream job. They left in ruin and debt. Basically, they were offered a job and then give us your contacts and then sell that shit. And if you can't sell shit to your underage brother or your parents or what have you, then fuck you, move on. Yeah. People didn't get paid, people were screwed. Pennies going away. Last newly circulating pennies, how much? Yeah, I'm sorry. USA Today, last newly circulating pennies will be auctioned in December. How much could they fetch?